Yo yo yo, and welcome to this laid back Saturday stream. Let's get the visual out of the way and let's see if we can get these volume settings somewhat good. Hey Jake, welcome. How's the audio? Can you hear me all right? Can you hear the music? It's kind of interesting actually. Like here's my OBS settings. I've been wondering why the music hasn't really been heard in the previous few streams. For some reason OBS seems to have like lowered it with 14.1 decibels for the desktop audio. That's not something I've done. Pretty sure. So let's maybe bring that up by at least a few, something like that. Do let me know if the audio levels are just completely messed up and we'll try to fix them. I can hear you. Well, that's good. That's good. I guess you're not really here for the music anyway. So, what are we doing today? Well, it's hard to balance because you can't hear the final mix. Yeah. At least with like, you know, with the limited hardware that I have and the limited knowledge of these things that I have, it can be kind of tricky. You have to kind of. You have to tell your audience that, you know, give me 1 second, and then you go have a listen on a secondary computer or something, or your phone, I guess these days. Let's try to fiddle with this mix a little bit. I'm gonna lower this a little bit for myself. Then bring it up to like 9 decibels or something. How's this? Is this still all right? I'm gonna assume it is all right, and then if it isn't, then you guys let me know in the chat, and I will fix it post haste. Alrighty then. Yeah, I muted the game. Can't hear the music anymore. Oh. Not really sure if that is really a big issue or not. Well, let's try to bring it up a little bit. Alright, can you hear the music now? That's good. Okay. Thank you, Jake. Thank you for the report. Let's go with this, and then we'll see if we need to fiddle with it. Rightio. Today we're gonna work on one of the last remaining things that I have here in this mission that isn't modeled. Here we have one. These alarm pillars. This is obviously like a very placeholdery thing. It's not that actually, because those things are gonna go basically everywhere. But we have one other thing here, which has been sort of annoyingly unmodeled for a while. Or since forever, basically. And it's this house here. Right? I never really had any like big plans for this house. I kind of just wanted to put something here to make the sort of entrance to the monorail there a little bit more sort of contained, so it could like be literally anything actually. It could be like a pile of these basalt pillars or whatever. But yeah, that's like one reason why I haven't really put any effort into modeling this guy so far, and it's been kind of bothering me that we have this one house here which is not done. Like these days we have a house here on this side. This is one I just made, like a slightly larger version of these small sheds that we have sort of everywhere here. And my thinking with these was actually that like these people would actually like almost 3D print these kinds of houses. It would kind of make sense that they would have some means of actually constructing like these very basic functional houses very quickly. And so this is basically just like a larger version of that, right? Kind of like scaled up and some more modules put on top of it. And so that was done kind of recently, that house over there, when I redid this entire area actually. But there's been this house, and I've been thinking like, what do I put here? What do I put here? What do I want to see here? What should we have here? I haven't really figured that out until now. And what is this? Oh, that's Visual Studio Code being confused. All right, let's shut the game down, and you can see what I've been sort of messing with today. So here is what I've been messing with today. This weird looking structure thing which stands on legs. It's actually like the legs are sort of like inside the ground currently here because this thing is not properly posed yet. But there's like a piece in the story here which explains actually like a whole bunch of different things. Why this colony that we are at is in the shape that it is. Why things seemingly aren't going so very well here in this place. These people are. And one sort of story beat, which isn't really delved all that much into in the demo, but will be explored further in the full game, is the fact that these people were actually sent to this moon here, which you can see in the background. If you can find it somewhere. There it is. Hello. That's the moon. They were actually sent here to mine this moon. You can see up in the sky. And the moon is not a planet with an atmosphere like this one is. And so they would have with them a whole bunch of different like facilities and vehicles and things like that are like supposed to be used in a vacuum. Nice skybox. Well, thank you. Thank you, yeah. Actually, there's not a whole lot going on here. We have like a little bit of noise creating this like background here, and then we have some of these clouds here. They're actually just like planes. And here's one as well. Oh, we have a little bit of haze. It's also a plane. There's the haze plane. Then we have a space station, and then we have a moon behind it, which is also a plane. Very basic stuff. And then we have some things here out on the plateau, which aren't actually part of the skybox, but they're just like low poly representations of things. Yeah, it kind of works. Anyway, as I was saying, these people would have like a whole bunch of equipment with them, which is supposed to be used in a vacuum, or sometimes even in zero gravity, and that they can't really use because like the expedition went south and they actually kind of lost a whole bunch of that. But they would still have some of it, and this one would be one of those things. So this thing would be some sort of like storage shed or whatever. It has these like big doors on each side, which currently don't open, but I actually might have to make one of these later on, which you can actually enter. We shall see if that happens. And then it has these legs, which, maybe it can walk on them, I'm not exactly sure, but at least it can be kind of like placed somewhere. and posed in a certain way. And I think we will cut this thing up into pieces and actually pose it today here in this live stream. We're also probably going to like model the last thing that I kind of didn't have time to do yet. I've spent maybe a couple of hours on this, and it's looking like this currently. But it's not quite finished yet. It needs to have some sort of like lift here that you can put sort of cargo on, and then it would sort of like lift them up. Because obviously this thing can be kind of like high off the ground, right? This one is actually sitting pretty close to the ground now, but something like that, and so we're going to model that, or at least attempt to model that, and see what happens with that. And then I think we're gonna cut this thing up into like various pieces so we can pose these legs properly. We might do some texturing of it, and then probably just like mess with this area to make it fit here a little better. Because yeah, like I said, it doesn't really exactly matter what we have here, but this is one of those models that's not supposed to be specific to this level, so I can use this then later on. And I actually have some other models that I've been meaning to bring over from my earlier game project into this one as well, but haven't done that yet. How tall is that door, by the way, now that we have these guys here? These are my scale mannequins, and they kind of help me maintain some sense of scale here. So yeah, they're like, this guy is like 1 meter 70, so this would be basically like around two people on top of each other. That's pretty good. That's like a big cargo door, which was the point. And yeah, so basically these people have these pieces of equipment that they can like 3D print houses and things like that, and then they can use these things that kind of like came pre-assembled to this colony. So this is an example of one of those things where they would be having these modules. I don't know. We need to give this thing a name before the end of the stream today, or actually pretty soon, I think. But anyway, they would be having these things lying around and not really having any use for them. So they would be just be using them here down on the surface of this planet, even though they are sort of like meant for vacuum or whatever. So that's why, you know, they would just be using this here as sort of like a warehouse for this monorail station, is kind of what I'm thinking with this thing. Okay, I'm gonna mess with my own monitoring volume a little bit here. So, how do we model this? Well, as with almost everything, I use my Blender Sync system to do like the initial modeling of this guy. We can see we get a piece of the level in here with it, which is nice and handy. This thing is now kind of rotated as it is in the level, which is a little annoying because it is rotated at minus or at 44 degrees. So let's reset that and then take this one and rotate it instead. So if we need the environment there, we have the environment rotated instead. Right. And see, can we mess with this? Like Blender quite often gives us these really annoying these kinds of like artifacts with this world AO or cavity, whatever it is, cavity rendering. See if we can get rid of that world. Yeah, that doesn't really affect it Anyway, okay, here we have distance. Let's see. Is that better? Yeah, that's nicer. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, okay, that actually only appears when you have the world one selected. Okay, nice. Nice. Yeah, here we can see the kind of effect it has. It just makes it a little clearer. I like having both on for the initial like geometry pass, if you will. Okay, so we basically only have a little more detail to add to this guy, I think. And then we have this lift here, cargo lift. Yeah, lots of lifts and things in this game. But yeah, it's not going to be functional. It's purely like decorational, but it should give us should make it look a little more believable. Like this thing is pretty high off the ground here, so no one could be using this as is, unless of course they're using like the claw here in front of the vehicle to lift things up into this thing. But I want to add a little bit more sort of environmental storytelling, if you will. And my idea was that I have these things here. Whatever you want to call this, some sort of wedge, that kind of thing. And it's not symmetrical. These have like a bulge here at the bottom, and then they have a bulge here at the top on the other side. And my idea here was that like you could fit various things onto these. They're kind of like places on this structure where some sort of machinery can sort of like fasten itself. Do they not say elevator in Finland? Yeah, they do say elevator in Finland, but elevator is typically like a like an elevator in a house, right? Which takes you between floors. That would be an elevator. So, what do you call the thing that's at like at the back of a truck, right? What do you call that? Truck? Lift. Is that a lift? That's kind of what I'm imagining here. Forklift, of course, is a lift. But you know the things that like the trucks have when they sort of, yeah, this kind of thing. This exactly. This kind of thing. What is this called? Is this that's a lift gate? Is it? It's a lift gate. Is that what it's called? Lift gate. Yeah, apparently. Right, so if you order something, at least here in Finland, if you order something and then you get a new sofa or whatever, then they bring it to you and then they put it on this lift gate or whatever it's called, and then it's sort of lowered down, and then it kind of acts as like an extra door here as well. I guess that's the gate part, right? And so something like that, though not exactly the same. But yeah, elevator is definitely what we call, like I call this the elevator, right? I think I do at least. Yes. So this thing is called the elevator. This large. Oh, well, that's not supposed to move, but the car is supposed to move up and down. Bloop. This is an elevator, although this whole area that we are in here is actually called the lift station, just because the elevator station sounds annoying and doesn't flow, doesn't have the same flow as lift station. So I went with that. But yes, it's still called the elevator, and these people are calling it the lift station and the elevator in the lift station. So it's a wonderful mix of different verbs and terms. Not verbs, not nouns. Terms and dialects and regional differences. But then again, this is supposed to take place in like far into the future, so who knows what these people, how these people talk and what words they use. Yeah. Anyway, what did I do? Right, I opened it here already. So, let's get rid of this for a bit. And yeah, you can see these feet here. The point here was that like we would split these into different game objects. So this guy could be you know, moving up and down like this. And then we have you know, these parts, and these would be kind of like, you know, rotating around this, right? So if you have there's 3D cursor like this, it could rotate like this. And then we still have this arm piece, which kind of like goes into this this hollow here, which could kind of like rotate around. You can see I have like a half sphere here. So basically, if we set the pivot to there, it could basically rotate like this. Aren't you using bones? I am not using bones in this project, no. The reason for that is that I have basically an integration with OS animation, but it has deteriorated to the point where I would have to redo it, and I just kind of like I don't really have need for skeletal animation, so I just kind of don't really do it. Arguably, I could do these things with skeletal animation, like these pieces, right? But I have to make sure that their physics are synced with the movement anyway. And so currently it's actually sort of like driven by physics and then just posed as individual like actual objects. And of course the physics system doesn't use bones. So yeah, I just don't use them. And of course with this structure here, this is not supposed to move. These are just like static pieces. So it kind of doesn't really make sense to have a skeleton for this guy. Although you could rig it up here in Blender and use that for sure. Yeah, you could do that if you wanted to, but no, I don't do that. I don't do that currently. You can also see here that everything is just in one object currently here, and that's just, you know, due to how Blender Sync works. Blender Sync works with a single object. You can bring other objects into the file by creating something called a helpers collection. So here we have Blender Sync helpers, and now if we add like an object to that collection here, we could do a sphere or a cube here, for example, and then you can do a, it's not binary, what is it, boolean is what it's called, like that, and then you can, like, you know, hide that, so we can cut out like a piece of this. It looks kind of funky, but whatever. Let's move it a little bit like so. So now we have this piece here. Now if we finish editing, we can see that right, we have this thing now cutting a hole here. And because it is in that helper collection, the game engine still doesn't see it, right? It's just a helper in Blender. to let us actually modify it. Oh, looks like I have a bug here where the the rotation of the helper objects don't actually get applied properly. Or maybe it's that's why did I no it's just that, yeah. Yeah, it's arguably it's not a bug. The bug, if you will, in air quotes, was the fact that I actually rotated this thing. But the rotation doesn't go back into the level editor here, because that would mean that Blender would be actually like physically moving things around in the level, and you don't want that. So it's actually exactly how it's supposed to be. Anyway, let's get rid of that, and you can see that everything is in one object here. And so, I don't know. I think like rigging probably would require us to have different objects, right? So, or at least different meshes. So I don't think bones would work here in Blender Sync anyway, at least in its current form. I was thinking those legs would be easy to pose using IK. Yeah, they probably would. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, you could even have it so that like when you drag it, it would pose them automatically. But I mean, again, this is just a static prop, and so yeah, I don't do anything like that. But no, there are no bones. Where there are bones. There are bones in the code. Like if you go and have a look, for example, at the crane arms. So if you look at the cargo, what is it called? Two joint crane arm. We have like a whole bunch of bone-related things here, but not bones in the sense that you know Blender bones would be involved. So yeah, bones like this, but you can see they don't even have like an inverse matrix or anything like that. They are bones that are attached to my scene graph. So we have scene node pointers instead. Anyway, enough rambling. Let's get cooking here. What was it that I was thinking about? Yeah, so here was like a reference image that I was thinking might kind of work. So here's sort of like a slightly similar looking. I don't exactly know how this is supposed to move, and like this image is not very big, it's not very large. We can zoom it a little bit, but you can sort of see like okay, this is like somehow fastened here inside these slits in the wall, and then I guess like the whole thing kind of like moves up and down or something like that, right? But the main idea is that okay, we have this sort of like plate here or platform which would be raised up. Yeah, I don't know, this is just a concept piece, so this doesn't look very functional actually. Now that I look at it, but the idea is still sort of the same. And so let's see if we can cook up something. So let's get a little bit of coffee. And start thinking about this. So if we actually start by creating that platform, how far down does it need to go? Like these feet here are kind of like arbitrarily placed currently, without much thinking. but if we kind of consider that it would need to reach this far down, how do we want to make the mechanism? I haven't planned this out at all, as you can kind of tell. And I'm hoping to not spend like a whole lot of time on this platform thingy. Where's our people? And again, we need to rotate this by -44. Oh, not that, but the surroundings by -44. I'm gonna do flat. You can see that everything here is actually triangulated because this comes straight out of the graphics engine. This surroundings object. Oh, let's do all transforms, and then we put this guy down on the platform there. So it's actually kind of thick. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. There can be a little bit of an edge there. That's fine. Right. And then we need to have some supports, and it needs to have some sort of like rails or something that it runs along, right? Is what I'm thinking. And then because these doors would need to open, we can't have like a lot of machinery here in front of this. So like the motors and whatnot would need to be here on the outsides of these kind of like load-bearing structure pieces. So let's see, what can we figure out here? What can we figure out here? As you can tell, I'm just kind of like thinking of this from a very sort of like engineering perspective. That like how would this need to work to make any sense? And then once you have that kind of down, or at least this is how I work. Once I have that down, then I basically start to think about, okay, how do we make it look cool? And then quite often you have to like do a few iterations to make sure it actually like fits with the vibe, with the, you know, graphical visual language or whatever you want to call it of the game itself. So where do we put the rail that it's running along? I think the rail is actually going to come kind of nicely and go in between these two. So we have some sort of device that kind of like grips this part and produces a rail that runs down like that. Same thing on the other side. Yeah, that might look all right. Let's see what happens if we add one more cube. Oh, not in object mode, but in edit mode. It will kind of run up like this. But most likely sort of like clutching whatever rail system is fastened there to that piece above. Or actually, yeah. yeah, let's not do it like that. Let's make the rail just sort of like come down, and we can make it as a separate piece as well. So we have like one piece which is the sort of like claw that connects to this, and it has some sort of like engine that like drives the whole thing, which pokes out to the side there. That's one piece. Then we have the rail. Which is another piece which you can pose sort of like depending on where in the level you place this thing. That goes down. And then there's the platform itself. Actually, maybe the platform should have the engine. Yeah, I think so. The platform should probably have the engine, so it has just some like boxes there along the side. That's probably pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So what would the rail look like? Oh, medium point. We can of course make this sort of like a what do you call it? Like a gear rail. So there would be like a gear on the platform, which kind of grabs the rail. Hey, Mine Bill, welcome back. Long time no see. Long time no see. How's life? Although, to be fair, it's probably mostly long time no see because I've been streaming fairly irregularly lately. And then of course this guy would need to rise to about here, right? That's about the level that we want this platform to reach. Join the army, mandatory military service. Well, depending on your views, I'm excited, congratulations, / I'm sorry. I've gone through the same thing, and let's just say I wasn't overly enamored by military service, but it'll end, and then you'll have a lot of cool stories to tell, I'm sure. I don't really like those. Let's get rid of those, and let's instead make like an edge loop there. I think we need to probably separate this out and mirror it for now at least. Me neither. At least we're shooting different guns, which is kind of cool. Yeah, there is that. You get to do a lot of cool things in there that you don't get to do anywhere else, really. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. But yeah, what was I saying? Something about the military, probably. It's one of those things that you're pretty annoyed that you have to go through, and then when you've been through it, you're kind of glad that you did. And then you have some friends for life, and or at least acquaintances, and you learn a whole lot. Mostly about being bored. But then you get to do some cool things like ride tanks and throw hand grenades and stuff. Which I guess can be kind of fun, at least for a while. Okay, let's see if my very, very organic way of modeling these kinds of things kind of works here. Oh, the mirror is along the wrong axis actually. There we go. That's better. Right, so if this is the rail and the rail is fastened here and this is supposed to be like rise and lower, then this is where the actual engine motor would be. And maybe we don't need to think about it like all that much, but a little bit. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I want to cut this piece off. Oh, there's some wonkiness there, clearly. What's with the wonkiness? Scale 0. Scale x0. There we go. We can bring that up even more, and we can maybe make. Here's some wonkiness as well. Scale x0. Then we want this whole thing to basically like run inside of a sort of opening here, like this. I'm just gonna cut it out here so that we get a better idea of what it is we're actually like creating. Right, and then like this, right? And then let's make this have like a I'm drawing a blank here with all of the words. Words are difficult. I'm thinking about a cylinder here. Maybe make that like 14. Doing pretty low poly here. No need to go crazy. Depth 0.3, something like that. You can bring that up. To have almost sort of like a cover here for a gear that would run along this this rail here, right? And then we take those guys, connect them. We take those guys and connect them. Like that. And then we can fill that in for now at least. Auto smooth. Let's up the angle a little bit. There we go. Oh, I upped the angle of the wrong thing, did I? Yeah, evidently. Evidently something like that, and then can even lift this up a little bit. I think that's gonna look nicer. Doing this pretty quickly, as you can see, because this is like a detail on a detail on something that goes into a level. Let's see. Only 1 month of training left, and then I'm getting transferred right next to my home. Oh, that's nice. That's nice and handy. If you're on leave, you can just go home and have some food or something. What are you designing right now? I am finally replacing this house that we've had here for ages, which is actually still here underground. We've had this guy. Let's do a movement snap of 50 and it should snap right into place. Yoink. You can drag that down instead. We've had this house here for ages and ages, like couple of years already, and it has been unfinished, and I haven't really known what to do with this next to the monorail station. And there are some lore reasons why these guys here would have we still have the hole there. There's some lore reasons here why these guys would have like equipment which is designed for like vacuum and zero gravity. The hole here. That's weird. It's probably this weird cutter that we added there. Anyway, so I decided that okay, what we're going to have here is this like truly space shed, which is designed first and foremost for like for vacuum use. So basically, their point would have been to put it on that moon, which you can see up there. Bloop. But plans went south, and now they have some of these things here that they can't bring up there, so they're just using them as like houses. And what I'm doing this second is a sort of what did we establish it was called? A lift gate, like this kind of thing that like trucks have at the back, that kind of like lifts things up into this structure, and this is all purely decorational, right? Just to have something that it doesn't look so weird when this thing is kind of like high off the ground. As I'm probably putting spending way too much time on this thing, but we'll see. Maybe it'll be good. I guess we'll find out. Something like that. Yeah, we definitely need to do something about the overall shape of this. Definitely need to do something about the overall shape of this side thing here. I think that thing would probably be like further down, right? Should have just like a small hint of there being like a gear or something inside of it. And what if we actually, if we take this guy, I'm gonna decimate all of those. Bye bye. Like so. And then we take these two. And we need more. We need more of those edges there to make them round. Yeah. I think that's gonna work. And then like this hole here is too large, needs to be made tighter, and then I also want to have sort of like a like an edge around this. Let's see, how do we do that then? Let's hide that for the time being. Like realistically, we don't even need to have. What if we just do this? Just put a face there, right? And then we actually extrude these along normals slightly, like so. And then when we bring that back, it kind of looks like it's going through something that has some edges there. That would probably be the economical way of doing this. Now we have that problem. Well, we'll fix it in a bit. I want all of those. And I want all of those. And then I want to move them a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so here we have like a double edge thing, which came about from that extrusion there. Yeah, of course this rail looks super boring still, but we're gonna do something about that as well. And then we do, of course, we add a little bit of sci-fi-ness to this, which, as I've mentioned several times in streams, you bevel with a 45-degree angle and everything becomes sci-fi immediately. That is how you sci-fi. You know, speaking of design and visual languages in games, that's like this game's design language. As you can see, there's just like 45-degree angles everywhere. 45 along the side there, and so on. Or shall we say 45 or almost 45 is probably the more correct way to say that. Should make the I think I'm gonna fiddle with this a little bit. Fiddly do. Like how everything is octagonal in Battlestar Galactica. Was it Battlestar Galactica that like cut off all the corners of their papers? Let's see if we can find that. We can use this one. paper. Yeah, like they have 45-degree angles on all of their papers. Like all of their papers look like this. Yeah, I remember laughing at this at the time. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, but why would they? Why would they do this? It's so stupid. I know a few other games using this style. Absolutely, yeah. It's not something I've invented. Yeah, that's not what I meant. It's definitely there's definitely others, you know, media using this exact thing. Oh, I think we should probably lift that up like so. Right, something like that maybe. Would it look better if this module was sort of like intruding here on this a little bit? I don't know. I also don't know if this would be like structurally sound, but maybe we don't need to go there. I think we have enough on our plates with this game already. Let's bring these down though. It needs to be flat, and it can be flat right about there. I think that's probably fine. Actually, maybe not. Maybe we'll need to bring it further forward. Sharp. Yeah, I think it probably looks better if these two sharp edges here are kind of close together. Actually. Okay, let's see what this looks like in game. And so now what I can do is I can bring this over into the render sync helpers, and we can call that something like ramp. But also, if we want it to be visible in the game, we should merge it with come on, that way. We should merge it with that, and we only have half a ramp, but that's fine. That's fine. We can just see what it kind of looks like. Oh, and we didn't UV unwrap it, so it looks funky, but whatever. Let's just make sure we don't have that weird hole there anymore. I think that was because of the strange modifier that we added. Yeah, it looks alright. Yeah, so we need to bring it up if we want it to be visible, which I guess might be a pretty good idea anyway. Because of course we don't really know, you know, in how many places this thing will actually end up being used in the game. It might be that it's just this one place, really. Probably not, since now that we have these, it makes sense to use them in a few places, but you never know. Yeah, so now it's basically standing on the ground. That's nice. Yeah. It's fine, basically. We need to smart UV unmap it if we, or UV project it if we want the UVs to look somewhat sensible. This car is slightly in the way here, so. Okay, so now if this thing was to rise to where it needs to stop, it would go about yay high. Am I right or am I right? Let's reset the orientation for that again, at least temporarily. It needs to go a little further down, roughly there. Okay. So if that is the case, then we have some issues here. Issues aplenty. But luckily, we can quite simply move the edge of this load-bearing structure thingy a bit upwards. Or actually like this whole part of it, I think. So let's see. Let's hide that for the time being. Yeah, I think we're gonna bring this entire piece, this entire bulge with us when we do this. Because this gripping mechanism, which is going to go around here, it needs a little bit more to grip onto. That looks good, so we're just gonna bring that up like that. And look at that, now we've solved actually both of those issues. So I just need to do the same thing here. Unfortunately, I don't have the mirror modifier for this structure enabled anymore because I started adding some asymmetrical detail to it. So obviously I modeled it using a mirror modifier originally, but that's now been applied. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. Should we do the same thing here, just for good measure? Probably just that. Same thing here. Lots of like nooks and crannies already here in this design, which makes me have to like fiddle with the camera quite a lot when I want to select the correct faces. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So now we can see this motor thing here is no longer a motor hub, or whatever we want to call that. It's no longer intersecting with that, and now we have nice place here to have this rail kind of like be fastened to that thing. And I think we're going to do something very basic here, the rail itself. Actually, how should the actual rail look? What should the actual rail look like? That's the $1,000,000 question. I'm going to do just half of this, and then we're going to duplicate it on the other side. I'm going to split it up into objects then eventually anyway. And yeah, of course we have some like unnecessary faces in here. If we hide those, just hide them. There's some unnecessary faces here because we have some overlapping geometry here. Maybe I'll just do this. I think overlapping geometry is probably the exactly correct thing to have here, rather than bothering with more geometry. We just have some overlapping stuff instead. just fine. Right, and then we can add like a base to this, like a foot that comes down or something like that to this rail if we want to. So it has sort of like a piece that almost like these guys, and then it can rise as high up as we want. So that would mean that the fastening, the fixture here, needs to be like its separate thing as well. Lots of separate things here to like post, but that means that this model becomes quite well modular, and we can put it in a few different places than in the level if we want to. All right, reconnection successful. Welcome back, everyone. Not sure what that was about. Do let me know if there are any like quality issues or something like that. All right. So, hello again. Hello. Glad to have you. This is one of those things where, like, you know, it might make sense to do something like this. To, you know, give the impression that, okay, this is like a rail with teeth. Like that, except we need to do it on a smaller scale. But then again, I don't know if that really makes sense. Maybe we'll actually no. I know what we'll do. Hey, Gutter Mind Games. Just joined the stream. Looked a bit back and saw the engine. Looks really cool. It's closed source. It is not available. No, it's an in-house engine. I'm releasing, and I've already released some of the tools for it, for modding purposes mostly. So if you go have a look at this address, which I will post in the chat. Here is where you can find a few tools already in the wiki, and then go to Basis Toolbox. Some of them are available here, and more will be added with time. If we want source code, well, you have the mod source code here, but to build the mods, you need to use the Basis Modding SDK, which you can find there, the link to that. And this one actually contains a fair bit of the Zig code for the engine. So here's the Basis is the name of the engine, and you can see that we have all kinds of things in here, like the math types, for example, and stuff like that. So. But a lot of these Zig things are wrappers for like an underlying C++ thing, and the C++ code is not available at this time. It's a kind of a monstrosity, the code base, and so I haven't even considered open sourcing that. But the Zig stuff that you can use to actually make mods for the game, that stuff is available already today, and you can even make mods for the game today. Although it's a little bit limited currently what you can do, but I am planning on releasing more of that later. You must have been working on this for a long time. I have, yes. Yes. To give you an idea, I don't actually even know how long it has been, but to give you an idea, there's a video on the main channel. This is the live stream channel. that you are watching currently. On the main channel there is a video called 15 years with the self-made game engine, which of course is this game engine. And that video is several years old at this point. So it's more than 15 years at this point. So that should give you an idea of how long it's been. Yeah, I suddenly find myself very annoyed at the fact that we have this intersecting geometry here, but I probably shouldn't be. So I'm gonna try my best not to go remodeling this thing here now. Let's poke that in. So hard to justify making things open source these days when people would just ignore a license and use it to train LLMs. Yeah. Yeah, that is probably true. And so by that logic, my game engine actually probably has been used to train LLMs. Ah, this is annoying me to no end. I'm gonna have to do this properly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm gonna have to model properly. No matter how much I try to not model properly. Okay, let's get rid of those. Let's get rid of those. Snap that to there. What do we have here? Let's snap that to there. Yeah, and I'm actually going to I'm just going to drop this bottom side, because this bottom side is kind of problematic anyways. It will most likely just poke through the ground most of the time. So let's just do that and then not care about that at all. And so we want to face there. I'm gonna just like manually plug these things together like this. Might have to do a little bit of cleanup on the topography later on, but I'm just so confused by this, how I want this to even work currently. Did you remember her? Probably like that, right? And then we put a face there, we put a face there, and then we bring that together, and then we bring that together, and then we bring that together. There we go. What do we do about this bottom? This is annoying me to no end. No one will see the bottom of this, first of all, so that's, you know, reason enough to not really care at all. Well, if this is raised up, then they will see it, right? So it needs to kind of work. The thing, of course, with Zig is that the language is not stable yet. So if anyone is training their LLMs on my code, then they will most likely run into issues later on when they try to use it for something. Yeah, okay, I decided I don't want to do that. Man, I'm so like, I don't know. Keep forgetting things today. I don't know what it is. I was thinking we would do something like this instead. We're gonna like, yeah, that's probably fine. Then we'll do an extrude manifold inwards. I think that now looks like a proper rail of some kind. Might have to do something about this though. That you know, it looks like it's actually kind of like going through the like a hole. So I guess the easiest way to do that is just quite simply make it a hole. And we will make it pretty tight, I think. Oh, we can't. Okay. Let's snap it to that first. Okay. Merge those together. Why? Yep. We need to do the same thing here, kind of. Smooth that, snap it to that. So then we have that, and then that one. There we go. And now that we have them at the same coordinate, now we can actually we need a vertex there to be able to snap it. There we go. Man, I haven't done Blender in a while. Maybe you can tell. I'm just very bad at this all of a sudden. Like so. Not really sure if this makes like a whole lot of sense to do it like this, but I kind of wanna get to other things. So now if we hide that, and we take those two, get rid of the faces there, and then we do a bridge edge loops. Now we actually have a hole that goes through that thing there. And if someone puts the camera like this and just looks through the hole, then they very well might do that. I don't care. I don't care. There we go. Okay. I think this is probably pretty good. We should do something about the base here, as I said. But what would that be? That could be just something as simple as just subdividing that, bringing it down like so. Why don't we actually like remove those and whoop and close that. Close that. And then just remove those. Now we can take all of those and we can extrude along normals outwards a little bit. And that of course will be wonky. I don't care. There we go. So now we just have a little bit of a base there, which I bet will be almost completely submerged into the ground, but it will allow us to like place these things in a level where there's a little bit of uneven ground if we want to, and it will still kind of look like it ends there, not just like, okay, I've just, you know, put the mesh through the ground and it probably goes much further than that. If you see like just a little bit of the base there, kind of gives you a sense that, okay, it actually ends there, so that's nice. Then we probably just need to make these rails, or this rail object, singular, you know, tall enough that we have enough of length beneath them, if we want to put them in some like funky places. So there's the rail, there's the lift thing, or half of it anyway, and then we still need the fixture thing. So let's make the fixture thing, and then we're done with this. Then we can start cutting up this thing into pieces and arranging them nicely in the level. And I'm gonna do that before I do any texturing, because that will then still allow us to make some pretty wild changes to the geometry if we need to do that. So what would this fixture look like here? I don't know. Come on. I don't know, but I have an idea of something like this maybe. Let's cut it before we scale that down. Right? Doesn't this kind of look like some sort of fixture thing? We can even add some like bolts and things to this if we want to. Yoink. Right, this is a little asymmetric. This is it's by design. You can see that this hollow here is like it's wider on one side than it is on the other. So that would actually affect this fixture as well. Hey Tutu, welcome. How are things? Or Decker, maybe. It's confusing using two different names for you. I'm probably gonna start just calling you Decker. I was thinking it should be extruded that some more, but I don't care. I think we're at a pretty good level of detail with this now, considering this is just a background prop, really. So maybe that's it. Maybe that's what we need. So then we need to take this guy and scale y -1, flip it, bring it together, and merge by distance, get rid of that completely, You're supposed to reveal him. Oh no. Is he like Batman? Yeah, I'm sorry if I ruined the surprise for everyone. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. That's probably fine. Let's not kid ourselves and claim that we need any more detail than that. So, Smart UV project, finish editing. All right. Here's the beautiful thing with a single rail. So, like if we now kind of follow through with what I had in mind here, the way we would pose this is actually like reset that, and then we do -44 on that. So now we have the ground there orientated correctly. And then we duplicate these guys and we move them over to here. And now look at this, because I have the hole sized exactly. I can just snap it there into place, and that will work. And now these are like way too deep, too far down. So, you know, if we take these guys and then we move them up so that we can just about see that base there. Something like that. And then we bring this down until it hits the ground. Does everything kind of still compute? We have no intersections there. There's no intersections that count. Yeah, I think that kind of works. Basically, I was thinking that maybe these rails are actually like too tall now, but nah, I think they probably look all right. They probably look all right. Yeah, we have like another door here on the other side. You can see these fixtures, or whatever you want to call them. They're sort of, they look different on this side. I was specifically thinking like, okay, first of all, let's add a little bit of asymmetric detail that way. And second of all, there could be like an in-universe reason for why that is. That this model would have like slightly different things that could be fastened to different sides, whatnot. So I think that works. In fact, I think, yeah, you could actually probably fasten this here as well. Yeah, that would work. That would work. It's fine. Anyway, this is kind of it, I think, for this first phase. So what we need to do now then is bring this out of Blender Sync into a normal, in quotes, normal object, so that we can split it up into different pieces. And when we have that set up, then we can actually like add these in and make them fit this ground and all of that. The first thing, of course, that we need to do is to figure out a name for this guy. What is this supposed to be called? I don't know, maybe it could be something like vacuum shed or whatever. Because this thing is kind of supposed to be be like used in a vacuum, but it's also kind of like mobile in a sense. Like I made this look like it could be kind of like pulled by something, so it has these like two big fixtures there and this hull which looks like a little bit like some sort of boat or whatever. So maybe it could be kind of pulled as well. If it raises its like legs. So yeah, I don't know. Let's actually play this and just drive next to it and make sure we don't have any like immediate issues here at this point that we need to, like a porta cabin. Yeah, yeah, kind of sci-fi porta cabin. Oh, binary buffer overwrite. Ah, look at that. Let's see what's going on. What are we overwriting here? Break. Move that out of the way. Expose property values. What's the component that we're writing? Oh, compile script, huh? Oh, really? We're syncing C++ to Zig. Ah. Yeah, this won't work at all. The 16K is not nearly enough. Okay. Let's see. Did we run a save? Yeah. One second. Editor command. Yeah, save level is there, and then we started. Okay, so it should be completely fine to just close everything down. I'm kind of curious how this thing hasn't come up before. But I did make some changes to how scripts are compiled, like yesterday or 2 days ago. And they can now use significantly more memory. Hey, X-Luxy. I wouldn't dream of hiding from you. Yeah, why? All right, yeah, 16K. Yeah, 16K wouldn't. 16K probably wouldn't do it, but have I not? I probably haven't exported since I made that change. Well, live and learn. The thing I say about these streams is that you always get them live and unrehearsed. Sometimes I have like a list of things that I'm considering doing, but that's like the most planning you get with this. So all kinds of things happening. Let's put a blockout material on that guy. What do we do? Let's do like a dark gray. That's maybe a little too dark. Yeah, that's better. While we're doing this posing, it's probably better not to have that checkerboard thing there. So this should now export again, and it did. Good. Goody goody. That's what they all would say. Oh. Do you have many people hiding from you? Is that what you're saying? Do let me know, by the way, if this like in-game audio is like way too loud or whatever. Let's open the gate. Open main gate. Alright, so here it is. Here's the thing, we don't have any collisions yet actually for this. I now realize that we can just drive through it. It's just a checkbox we need to tick. But actually now that we have these legs for this guy, we might even want to make this terrain like a little more wild than it currently is, because we can then pose the legs according to the floor. Yeah, I think this looks reasonable. Right, let's see. Splat Oni Q. What engine is that? It's a handwritten engine. Yes, it is a handwritten engine for like 4 years. Oh, you sweet summer child. This engine is approaching. It's not quite there yet, but it is approaching 20 years. Like, obviously things have been ripped out and rewritten and everything. But I've never started from scratch, so if you wanna see some stuff, I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I didn't show anyone. So let's just have a look here. Let's go to the main. Let's go to the main channel. Article Games. So we're now on the live channel. But on the main channel there is a video called 15 years with the self-made game engine. Thank you for that. For the audio there. You can actually see it begins with this game. This was January 7th, 2025. So this was like a year and a half ago. And it's called 15 years with the self-made game engine, but I think I say in the video that like it's almost closer to 16 even during the making of this video. So yeah, it's probably like 17 or 18 now at this point. And yeah, it's basically the same engine. There's still code in here. You can see some like old, like this is the first project I made with this engine. You can have a look at this video yourself. I explain a whole bunch of things here, of course. Come on, here we go. This is the first game I made with this. You can see that this build was built on like the 6th of February 2014. But that was like 5 years. This is like, you know, making a build like 5 years after the fact or something like that. So that was the first. That's like a tank game, or the beginning of a tank game, basically. You can see like this log here which says happening, which is it was never really obvious to me what is happening. Something is happening. And this log here, it is still the same log that we have here. Some things are exactly as they were. I've replaced these like self-made, well, most of the self-made debug UI with IM GUI these days. Yeah, we have some like space pinball games here. There's some fluid simulation business. Jailbreak is a game that you can play. This is like a sneaking game. If you watch this video, you can actually play this game. You can download the build and play it. It's actually kind of fun. You need to sneak around and watch out for these guards, and they're kind of stupid because they don't react to like objects moving around, but they react to you, things like that. Yeah, there's some like Ludum Dare Jam stuff in here. There's like the beginning of a twin stick shooter, like a infinite twin stick shooter sort of thing. Then we have Slide, which is like basically like the precursor to what we have now, but using an earlier version of the engine still. So yeah, lots of things. Hey Jasper, welcome to the stream. Where are those icons for the objects in the Explorer from? Oh, you mean these icons up here? They're called silk icons. Alright, I use them like all over the place. So if you want these icons, they're called the silk icon set, and I know that at least some version of Roblox has used them, and perhaps Gmod as well, because like people have accused me of passing off the Roblox editor as my own engine. I was like, for a while I was like, what is it with like everyone saying that I'm ripping off Roblox, until someone helpfully in the chat wrote that you're using the same icon set as Roblox, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. The silk icon set it's like a free icon set that has a bunch of really useful icons for the editor and things like that. So to be honest, I wish I could be added to a game as an Easter egg. A snow globe duck icon, or profile for short. Yeah, well, wouldn't we all wish to be added as an Easter egg into a game? But you kind of have to earn it, right? You have to be part of a community and then earn that sort of thing. There may or may not be some. Well, that's a stupid way to say it. There may already be some Easter eggs for some community members in this very game. But you have to earn it. It does have a lot of similarities with Roblox Studio aside from the icons. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never used Roblox Studio. I don't really know how it works or what it looks like. Let's have a look actually. Anyway, this looks fine. I think we're good to go with like the splitting up of the object into its constituent pieces. Roblox. Oh, Roblox Studio. What do we have? I'm sure there's going to be like different versions of this as well, so some of these are probably not using those icons. I'm just gonna click a few of these guys, see if I can spot any of them. Oh, what's that actually? Is that silk icon? That kind of looks like silk icons. October 2025. Yeah. Well, difficult to say. Most of these aren't really full-size images, unfortunately. Like this doesn't look like it's using silk icons at all. So maybe they've replaced them. I mean, they're making like 1 gajillion per day with this, as far as I know. So they probably have enough money to hire a graphics artist to make new icons for them these days. 29 Studio, okay, or 2019. Yeah, okay, that would explain it. Nah. Yeah, there's some videos there. Anyway, I believe you. I believe you. And I believe that is why people seem to think that this looks kind of familiar somehow, and it's mostly because like I use silk icons all over the place. I have a bunch of them that I've made some changes to. Like I think I added this lightning bolt here to these layers. The ones that have a lightning bolt are set to auto load. Like this is not auto loading, but this one is auto loading. So it uses a different icon for that. But like these are silk icons as well. These folders are also silk icons. The gear is a silk icon. Not everything up here is a silk icon. Some of them I made myself, and some of them are like slight variations. But remind you of Windows XP? Yeah, maybe a little bit. There's a little bit of that same sort of like design language there. Coolio. So this is going well. I have my model here now in such a shape that we can start taking this thing apart and put it back together again in its true form. That's gonna be fun. I will take like a 10-minute break, go make myself another cup of coffee, and when I come back we are going to get started on that. And if you're still here, then that'd be awesome. If you need to leave in the meantime, thanks for hanging out today. Maybe check back later, but I will be back in about 10 minutes, and let's put a quick break visual on and see you in a bit. Alright, we are back. And we have just hit 100 subscribers, so yay! Welcome, welcome, people. And don't forget that you can also subscribe to the main channel if you find this interesting. This is the live stream channel. This is a relatively new channel. That's why we only have 100 subscribers at this point. But do go and subscribe to the main one as well if you want to see like more produced videos. Anyway, I'm back with a fresh cup of coffee, which I'm hoping will carry me through the work of splitting this guy into pieces that we can use to make this a little bit more modular and then pose it in the appropriate ways. I was thinking during my break here what would be a suitable name for this thing, and I think I'm gonna go with maybe like moon, like a moon prefix for whatever is sort of supposed to be kind of used in a vacuum setting, so up there on the moon, which this thing is. So this would be like a, I don't know, moon storage I don't know, moon warehouse. What would be a good name for this thing? Maybe moon warehouse is good. The most important thing is that I know what I'm talking about. So let's do that. Let us go into the data files, and we have this folder here for static props. So I'm just gonna go ahead and create a moon warehouse, and inside of that we will create a work folder, which is, I need to check there to remember, it's _work. And anything that we put in this moon warehouse folder, things like PNGs, FBX files, things like that, they will get automatically converted by the game engine, thanks to my file watcher. And anything that we don't want the file watcher to like automatically convert into textures and things like that, we need to put into an _work folder, which is like explicitly excluded from that. So let's open this up in Blender one more time, and we're going to reset the orientation. We can do again the same thing for this one, -44. So now we have like, now the surroundings are rotated. If we need them for something, we can keep them here. But anyway, we're gonna save a copy of this to the desktop. Actually, no, we don't need to save it to the desktop. We can save it directly to this new folder that we created. Why not? So I think it's objects, static props, moon warehouse, moon warehouse .blend. There we go. Then we cancel the edit and open this up just like a normal Blender file is open. And actually I'm gonna shut the other instance down. So now there's no connection between the game engine and the file anymore, right? And other stuff, just bring that in there and hide it. And here we go. So here's the thing. And the first thing that we need to do is just separate this out into different pieces. And so first of all, we're gonna want to get rid of all of the like duplicates that we have, right? So like we want to get rid of those because we already have one of them here. We also probably want to get rid of all of the feet except one. That one as well. What is that? What's happening here? That's strange. That is really weird. So, like, where is this supposed to be? Okay. Yeah, we have just like a whole lot of really funky things going on here. Okay, well, the easiest way to fix this, solve this, is to get rid of probably all of those, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. Yep, all of that is fine. And then we bring these over from this side. Nope, not that. Yep, that looks good. At least those. I'm gonna duplicate them, bring them over. Yep, that looks good. So then we take only those scale x minus 1, flip, and then basically move them there. That vertex looked like it was in the right place, except you had to level it in the outside one. No, there were other things, other edges that were messed up as well. Like this one, for example, wasn't level. So there was clearly something that I had done there to like break it up, but it doesn't matter. Now it's fixed. Here we have a double edge, which we can get rid of. That one. It was the other one. That one. Yeah, there as well, but you can see already that we have it here as well, so we get rid of that one as well. Oh, actually, yeah, I keep doing the wrong thing here, right? No, I don't. It was genuinely broken. All right. Same thing here. Yeah, this is when this camera is a bit wonky. Let's focus on that one and rotate around it so that we can now we can rotate around nicely inside of this thing. Okay. Yeah, it was when I glued together the two different parts, two different sides of this structure after applying the mirror modifier. I probably made some mistake there. Okay, there's a little bit of strange topology here, but I don't think we're gonna have to necessarily do anything about that right now. I'm gonna do a cleanup pass on this later on. Like, the nice thing about this game engine, and I'm sure other game engines as well, is that once we have this split into distinct pieces, we can place one of those pieces in, or several, whatever. We can place those pieces in a level, and then we can go in and make tweaks, and they hot reload. So what I typically do at this point is I make sure I have them in the level, even with just a blockout material that we have, as we have right now. And then I come back into Blender and I make small improvements, and then I kind of alt tab between the editor and Blender and see things coming together. Alright, so this this whole leg here is a little weird because it was kind of, it was modeled sort of like in place here. That means that we're going to have to align this. Grab it out, move it out of there. And we can see it has a few pieces. Like this is the first. That's the first piece. So let's separate that out. And then we have the second piece is that one, so let's separate that out as well. And then we finally have the foot itself. Separate that out. This foot is actually kind of nicely aligned, so we're going to just leave that. Like yeah, it has a little bit of asymmetric detail, that's completely fine as far as I'm concerned. We're going to have to set the pivot though. I think I want the pivot to be roughly here in the middle of that. So actually let's select all of those, move the cursor there, and then we can go and set origin to 3D cursor. So that's kind of nice. Then we do the same thing for this guy. 3D cursor like that. And then this guy needs to be rotated. Which could be kind of interesting. Let's see, rotate around 3D cursor. There might very well be some way to like to make this sort of snap according to some phase, snap the rotation according to some phase, but I don't actually know how to do that. I'll be the first to admit. Right, so now if we take for example these two guys and we put them in a position in the level, they can have the same oh, I made a mistake here. This piece is not supposed to be on the foot. It's supposed to be on this one, right? Because like the foot is supposed to be able to slide up and down like this. Yeah. There we go. Now we have them separated, so that we can move this up and down like this. And maybe we should bring this down so we have a little bit more actually on range here. You know, if the range is this is this thicker part here. Now it has quite a bit of range from there to there basically. I think that's pretty good. Silent Luik says, as a programmer, topology is both awesome and a nightmare for me. Yeah, it is. I've said in the past, and it probably bears mentioning again, that like if you think it looks like I know what I'm doing, then don't let that fool you. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing in Blender or with you know, art tools in general, or even just making art in general. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying my best here, but you know, I am very much a programmer, just trying to make a game here, and yeah, so now that rotates around that. That's nice. And I want to make this game without using a whole lot of or any really third-party assets like pre-made assets. Like I may use some assets as a base for something, but like I have this art style going where where I actually have quite a lot of stuff to model, and they kind of need to all fit into this world. And so I just basically make everything myself, and in doing that I've kind of learned a whole lot of stuff about making things like this, but like still I don't know what I'm doing. Like, it needs to be said. It needs to be said. Okay, so this would be the what do we call this? Main body. And then we have these feet or arms, or what do we call this? Supports. So that would be support 1, maybe. Support 2. And support 3. Then we have, this was the lift gate. It's lift platform. And that's the lift rail. And then this is the lift fixture. Right? Something like that. And we still need to actually set the origins for all of these guys. Yeah, there's some funkiness here with this, with the geometry in general. Let's not care a whole lot about that right now. I think the main body origin is probably quite alright. It's kind of like in the center of the whole thing, so let's leave that as it is. But this one is not fine. This one needs its origin to be set. Maybe that's kind of okay, I don't know. Oh, that's not what we want. That's more like more like in the middle. I think that's probably good enough. Let's do that. Set origin is there, and then I think this one can probably use, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, that's good enough. Origin to 3D cursor. There we go. Never really done much Blender, but how do you do your coloring, or is that just the different groupings? You mean the colors in Blender, like these colors? If you mean these colors, then you set object color to random, and then it gives you a random color. It's based on the name, so you can just do like a underscore, or I don't like that color, I want another color, just put another underscore there. There's some pretty limited set of colors that it chooses from. But yeah, I just have it set to random here. You can have it set to anything, like object color, or material color, object color, random, attribute. I don't even know what attribute is. Comes from an attribute, I'm sure. Texture color, custom color. Blue, or whatever. So yeah, that's that. But it's pretty handy with the. I typically use random colors with Blender Sync, because that gives you the surroundings in one color like this, and then the actual object that you're editing is called Blender Sync Target, and that gives you a blue color. So Blender Sync Surroundings OBJ is yellow, and Blender Sync Target is blue. Like those those strings literally create those, and I think this is pretty nice. Like if you hide all of these other guys, this is typically what you work with in this mode. And you can kind of clearly see here that okay, these yellow guys are part of the background, and the blue one is the one that you are editing. And then these red ones are this is just the face orientation. You know, shows which objects are facing the wrong way, basically. And so you can see that these leaves here and these trees are actually single-sided. They just have a custom shader in the game which makes them visible. So yeah, this is what I use with Blender Sync. I don't really use it with anything else, but then again I kind of render or model everything through Blender Sync these days because it's just so freaking useful. Alrighty then, and now that we have these things, laid out like this, I think we should put them in a row. That's what I typically do. And so -15 maybe, and that can be -20. -25, -30, and -35, right? So here we have all of the different objects that we need to export as FBX files. Where did you enable face orientation? Sorry for asking. Oh well, okay. First of all, don't be sorry for asking. I I encourage you to ask during these streams. You can find it here in the viewport overlay. So if you go in here into the middle of this guy, you can see that it changes. Yeah, like overall. This button here lets you toggle all kinds of different overlays on. So right, like if you don't want these what are these called? These red lines here, outlines. You can typically find them here as well. You can toggle all of that off by clicking this button here, and then from the drop down you have, I don't remember where it is anymore, outline selected. Here we go. There's the outline. You can toggle the floor on and off. You can have wireframe on all the time, even though you're not in edit mode, and so on. Yeah, sometimes I need to like get rid of the floor, for example, because I'm modeling something pretty large, and parts of it are like under this zero Z component, like under the floor. So then it can be handy to like either get rid of the floor or, you know, the axis, whatever. You can even get the Z axis there, or then you can just quickly toggle that. But the thing with this is that like you don't really see any difference between edit mode and object mode if you don't have these things on. So sometimes I'm like, hey, I'm hitting tab. Why does nothing look the way it's supposed to be? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I remembered. I just turned that off. Anyway, that's my little Blender story for you. Let's export these guys as FBX meshes now. So this would be Moon Warehouse, and I stupidly went and renamed that. So let's do main body. Yeah, main body is fine. I was thinking maybe it should be like main hull or whatever, but main body is fine. Moon Warehouse, main body. And this is kind of annoying, and I know there are some add-ons to do this, but I kind of don't want to use them. Because they keep breaking when Blender updates and whatnot, but you have to move these to the origin when you export them. So maybe I should actually write an add-on myself which does this thing. Fixture. But I like having them sort of laid out like this, so that you can sort of see what is what. Support 1. Support 2. And support 3. Why do you use FBX? It's so annoying. Since I don't work for them anymore, I can talk shit on FBX. I use FBX because the whole freaking games industry uses FBX. And I've been born and raised on FBX. And FBX is kind of whack. But everyone uses FBX. I don't actually know if that is strictly true anymore, because I've worked for the same company for so long that I don't know what the cool kids use anymore, but it is my belief that the game industry still runs on FBX, because Unity and Unreal also kind of use them as, or use it as their main format, right? So I may be wrong in that sense, but at least the companies that I've worked for, everything is FBX. Objects, static props, Moon Warehouse, and here we have it. I'm sure this is going to be horribly broken, because it always is. Actually kind of renders all right here. This 3D viewer in Windows typically is so very broken every time you look at something. Also, seeing you using Git, you overread my question about how many Git commits you've done since you started doing commits. 20 years must be a lot. Yeah, I'm a Subversion boy, or slash Perforce boy. Again, because the games industry runs on Perforce. I would say that the only version control solution that I'm like, I'm comfortable doing, branching, like serious branching. We're talking like thousands of files and doing complicated merges and things like that. The only version control software I'm comfortable doing that sort of stuff in is Perforce. And I guess no one is ever truly comfortable doing that sort of stuff, but that's the only one that I've done that in. I use Subversion for all of my data for this game, and I don't know how many submits that's been. It is true I am using Git now for the code. So I have the code and the data in separate repos. Is it also known as Helix Core? It was used to be called Helix Core for a bit, and now it's called Perforce again. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. That was just stupid. Like, even though it was called Helix Core, like all of their tools and everything was called Perforce, and like their command line program was called P4, like the letter P and the number 4, and as it has been since forever. Oh yeah, it's officially called Perforce again now. To answer your questions regarding the commits, my runtime repository for the engine and the game sits at 6,383 commits. I got a little curious myself. That's 6,383, and then the tools repository sits at 1,558. Yeah, plus 49 in a separate repo. So 6,000 and a little bit more, and then 1,500 for the tools. But I only started using Git about 10 years ago, so it's about half of the engine's lifetime. I would assume that there would probably have been about the same amount before that. And then the data, it is at 3,921, it looks like. So almost 4,000 for the data. So yeah, it's been a few. Of course, like when you're working alone, you can submit exactly how you want. You don't need to really take other people into consideration in that sense. I do have some other people now who have source access to this project, some people who are helping me out with various things. Hoping to tell you more about that pretty soon, actually. But yeah, most of the stuff is just me, which also means that I don't really have to do any like merging and things like that. But sometimes I work on a really large piece of engine tech or something like that, then it can be like I don't really commit for like days or something. So you know, it goes up and down. Okay, right. We have the pieces now. Now, one somewhat large question here is how do we do collisions? We can have the engine just read the mesh itself and create like a mesh collision out of this, but I don't think that's necessarily that good of an idea. Maybe we should create a simplified collision mesh for this guy specifically. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just quickly whip that together. Oh yeah, Jake probably streams as well. In a bit, right? So when this stream ends, go check out Jake's stuff. I think Jake usually streams around this time on a on a Saturday. Myself, I have a much more erratic streaming schedule. I can't really commit to a schedule like that. So, right. So let's just quickly do like a collision mesh here. We can come back to this later. But this is what I typically do if I have something that I feel like, okay, we don't really need collisions on the level that this is actually giving us. Because of course, if you can get by with just having a very simple mesh, then you should definitely do that. Collision meshes in PhysX, for example, aren't super fast, so it's better if you don't need them. I'm being very approximate with this now here. I might go back in later and make this a bit more accurate if I feel like it, but I think for now this will probably do. Something like that maybe, and then we have these things here kind of poking out from the sides. How do I actually want to do this? Let's see. Cut through and then angle snap. Yep, that's a cut. Cut through and angle snap again, and that's another cut. So now we can do make a couple more, and then I will bring these guys up. Oh, that's Y actually. GY, GY, and GY. Right, maybe this is what we need, and then we can do a extrude along normals, something like that, and then we can bring these down. I don't know, something like that maybe. Bring those up. That's probably fine. Something like that, and then we need to have this tank here on the roof represented. So let's move this into place. That's Y again, and Y, and then I don't know. Something like that. Move that down a bit. Yeah, I think that's probably quite okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm not going to bother with anything more. If it becomes an issue, then I'll come back in and tweak this up some more. So this would be main body collisions, like that. That's good. Okay, so now we come into the asset browser, as it is called, and we go to Moon, body collisions, and we enable physics data for that mesh. And that should be good. Then we go into the blueprints. Not to be confused with Unreal blueprints. This is a completely different thing. A blueprint here is basically like a collection of components. Yeah, we can copy that, duplicate, and we do moon warehouse, like so. And we come in here and we look at the static body transform. First of all, this is a cylinder, but we actually need a tri-mesh for this. So then we do moon body collisions for the collisions, and then we can see, all right, there's a beautiful body represented by fuse X, and then we want the actual mesh component to be the moon body, the moon main body, and we're gonna put here a block out gray, I think. There we go. So again, we can see the collisions kind of matching, but not quite. Actually, I think we probably want to fiddle with this a little bit more and make like this. Something like that. And same thing here. And now if we export this, we should be able to see it actually auto update here. Oh no, it actually doesn't. We need to, yeah. Well, it kind of does. You just need to just switch away from that thing and then back to it, and then it auto updates. Okay, so that's the main body, and it has collisions and everything. That's nice. What do we have here? We have, this is a static body transform component, so type determined by transform. If this is a static body transform, it kind of assumes a few things, that this thing is not going to be moved in the game. It also means that like global illumination, things like that, if you have it set to auto here, it assumes that it's going to be light mapped. So that's completely fine. Of course, we're not going to light map this yet because we haven't even textured it, but it probably makes sense to look at these things from the very get-go. It will block the nav mesh. We can render the thumbnail. All of that is fine. And everything else is fine. Of course, the material will be switched out sooner or later. Cool. So let's do the supports. So support 1. What does that look like? It is that guy. And now, of course, we don't want this huge tri-mesh here. We just want the box, probably. And there's the box, but it doesn't really represent what we're seeing here. It still makes sense to have this thing kind of like poking out like this, because this is almost like a rest position for this support thing here. So let's just try to make it match what we're seeing, and we can do that by just fiddling with this guy here, like that, and then we can rotate it around X, probably like 30, 20, 10, minus 10, 15, 20. 20 is pretty okay, actually. We want to make the size, we want to make it larger, and then we want to make it, oh, other way. There we go. And move it upwards a little bit. So now we're already kind of close, but not quite. And yeah, I know this is a little bit of a wonky way to do these collisions, but you know, I can't be arsed to make like a whole fancy editor for this. All right, that's pretty good. It's a little wide still, so let's bring it down. Yeah, that's better. Okay, good. Support 1, then we do support 2. Should be easier because it's a bit more straight. Oh. Oh, that was the size. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, you can see the preview kind of like you can crash the preview by giving some bogus values here. Not everything is validated. It typically doesn't really matter all that much. Yep, I'm happy with this collision. You can see that it kind of like some of these parts kind of poke through, but of course we're gonna have one more piece that kind of runs through it like that way. So that piece's collisions will cover that. And here we might actually have to do. We might want to have a couple of these guys actually. Let's see what we have. 0.5 probably. 3 and 0.5 again. That's not enough. Maybe 5. Position -1. That's pretty good, but it's a little too tall. Yeah. Well, no. There we go. So that's a pretty good first box. Then we just click a plus here. We get another box that we can move down. Let's first make this. How large do we want to make this? 0.3 maybe? Nah, that's a little too. 0.6. It's probably all right. Let's move it down to like -3, -2.5. That's pretty good, and then we'll make it a little larger. Let's do 0.7, 0.8. Yeah, 0.8 is pretty good. Maybe we can make it a bit lower still. That's probably okay. That's probably fine. Okay, so there we have. Now we have the body, and we have the different support pieces. I think I'm gonna do all of them though, just because it's nice to then be get to actually pose all of those things in one go. So let's do that. Let's do moon platform. And how do we want to do this then? Like this is something that like the game or the player could like potentially even, you know, drive on. So it is of course always a possibility to, it is of course always a possibility to actually have this as a tri-mesh. Perhaps as a simplified tri-mesh. Well, let's do something simple for now, and then we can be fancy about it later. 4.32. No, that's not bad actually. Oh, this thing should actually be rotated. Yeah. Let's do that. We might have to do it with a few of these pieces actually. Don't we? I think we do. Let's see. So rotate. Let's see. So if we rotate this, not around the 3D cursor, but around that, then we do apply rotation. There we go. That's what I wanted. 90. And then apply rotation like so, and we can do the same with this. Yeah, this is better. Although if we wanna like follow the convention found here in Blender, which says that this is the front, then I guess we should still rotate it 180. There we go. And now apply the rotation, and then do the same for all of these. 180 and rotation Z. There we go. That's better. So that would be the lift platform. That would be the lift rail. And that would be the lift fixture. Yes, so now we can see this thing actually does hot update, as you would expect. And here we can see from this little symbol here, I don't know how well it's visible on YouTube. If I put it like this, you can see it better. You see, blue is forward, that's Z. So it makes sense that forward is you know, towards the front of this guy. That's kind of what I was going for there. But anyway, enough yapping. Let's get this done so we can get to adding this to the level, which it's like one of my favorite things when doing this sort of work. First time you get to actually like mess around with something that you've spent some time making in Blender. It's always fun. 4. 3. Make that maybe 4. Okay, that's too much. 3. And then it needs to be moved back minus 0.5. Yep, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. We can move it up just very slightly. That's too much. It's way too much. That's better. And then we have add another one. Make it the same size to begin with. But let's see. Needs to be smaller. Something like that, and then we rotate it a little bit so we get this kind of rotation there at the front. Oh, come on. Alright, so we're getting pretty close now. I think this should probably be a tri-mesh actually. Now that we've seen how tricky this thing is to actually make sort of match the shape exactly, especially since you might actually drive on it. Yes, bases just support convex hull colliders. You can make it a convex hull here, and then you can add a bunch of points like this. And there is like a separate tool for converting like a blender mesh, for example, into a convex hull. Like the vehicles, for example. Go have a look here at the vehicle blueprints. Yeah, that's a convex hull, but it's a wonky one. Let's look at the Scout, for example. So this is a convex hull. We can see that it has a bunch of points. I think this is, yeah, it's actually two convex hulls for the Scout, because this is of course not a convex shape. You have these sort of depressions here, so this is actually made out of two convex hulls, and I think the mother is probably made out of like, how many? I don't even remember. There's one convex hull. It's not terribly complicated. Then it has all the shapes for the wheels, and then it has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it actually has quite a few of these convex hull shapes here. And then it has some, like, I think this one is rotation 45 degrees. That guy, that is almost certainly like these these things here. Seems like a lot of work for setting up collision. I suppose adding some gizmos to drag with the mouse would improve this a lot. Yeah, sort of. I mean, in a way, yeah. The really kind of nasty thing here has been this platform, right? This guy here. And I don't really typically do it this way. Like these things I actually specifically want to set up like this, because they're kind of just approximate anyway. and you want to keep them sort of very simple. So kind of actually want to do them this way. Maybe we should just not kid ourselves here and actually make a collision mesh for this guy. I think Volodymyr is actually quite right that this is a little silly to do it this way. So let's just do it the way that it should be done. So we're gonna do cube, and then we're gonna do lift platform. Lift platform collisions. Right, so that's just -10. And I think we can hide the rest for now. So okay, we have two options here. We can make this as a convex hull, or we can make it as a tri-mesh. Of course, this shape is not convex. Again, it is concave. So either we leave out these modules here at the sides, or we make it into a tri-mesh, which means that we can't move it. So let's make this, I think, as a convex hull. That's probably the right thing to do here. So if I later want to make this thing move, I can do that, right? That's sort of the right thing to have here. So we can move these down, just bloops, like that. And I'm gonna concentrate here on these shapes that actually are drivable. So these sort of like inner shapes, like this. And we take these and we map them to there. There we go. And then we don't care about these small ridges here, and we also don't care about these guys. So let's call this CH for convex hull. Right. Now let's have a look. I have my handy dandy convex hull creation tool here. I do this actually very, very rarely. So let's see if I can find it. Tools, convex hull converter, and we can see help. Make sure the object sits at the origin in Blender when exporting. Make sure the forward is set to Z forward and up to up. Object as OBJ objects. Yeah, so we export this now for the convex hull stuff. We export this as an OBJ. There's wavefront. Okay, good. Here's wavefront. OBJ. And we can put it in work. And we can do moon warehouse lift platform CH. And then we do Z forward. And let's just try with this. I think that's probably what we want. And then go have a look here in the Moon Warehouse work. So here we have the OBJ. Oh, I did all of them. Did I not? How large was that actually? Yeah, it's like 3.5 megs. I need to do the selected only. Export wavefront. Selection only. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah, now it's 2K. Oh, very simple. Very simple little thing. And now if we drag this guy into my tool here, bloops. Here is the stuff that we need to add, and we can add them one by one, or we can use a shortcut, which is quite simply to open this up. Right, we need to first of all we need to select one of these to be convex mesh or convex hull. Yeah, whatever. It's unhappy with me because I don't have any valid convex hull there yet. Let's open this up. And we can see, okay, there's the convex hull. So the points that we need to put in there are these guys. That should be it. Good morning, Aki. How are things? We have the extra box there. That's that. But for some reason... Ah, okay, yeah. Like it looks correct, but it is offset. And that's probably... Alright, that's because of this. We obviously don't want to have any offset in it now that it is matching. So there we have the drivable areas, kind of matching what we expect. And now that's not what I want. I wanted to move this off to the side. Now we can model these things as boxes, and it will still allow us to have this thing be dynamic, which is kind of neat if I ever want to do that. Alright, needs to go up a little bit. That's nice, and then it needs to go... what is that? That's backwards. Minus 0.5, minus 1, 0.8, 0.9. 0.9 is pretty good, and then we make it just a little wider. Up. Oh, right. Right, something like that. So now we have the box there, and then we can basically copy this, but we just put the x coordinate on the other side, and there we go. There's the thing. After many, I don't know, mishaps. It is of course still a static body transform component, but now we can just we can change it to a dynamic one, and then we can make it like a kinematic one, for example, by checking that box there. But yeah, we ideally will want to make it a dynamic transform component by switching out this component with just another one. Anyway, that's that. Then we would have the rail, which is going to be much simpler. Box. Rail. Oh. Moon. Rail, right there. Let's see, quite nice. Returned my bachelor's thesis last week. Hey, congratulations. I've been there, done that. And then I didn't do anything after that. Then I just started working. But hey, bachelor's is served me well. About real-time GPU audio processing. Hey, that's cool. What kind of stuff do you use GPU for audio for? I mean, I'm sure it can be used for anything really, but that's not really something that you hear a lot of people do. Use it for that. So there we go, that's the rail. And then we still have the fixture, then we're done. Fixture. And fixture. Moon fixture. Something like that, and let's make that be centered again. I think we're basically there. We just need to make that, move it forward. No, move it, what is it, backward? Yeah, it's backward. Yeah, that's it. That's good. Thank you. My own code just did an amplifier with D312 compute shaders. Some of my sources did stuff like convolution for reverb. Yeah, okay, cool, cool. Convolution is super nice. It's like, I mean, I'm sure you know why you would want to have convolution, but basically like taking the kind of convolution footprint of something, like an ambience or whatever, and then just creating like new effects based on that kind of like fit in that environment is just super nice. Or you can just do like batshit crazy things with convolutions and use like another file as a like a normal sound effect as a convolution profile. It just gives you some truly wild things. But yeah, cool stuff. Righty-o, so we are finally ready to do a little bit of level design, if you want to call it that, in the sense that we now have this thing ready to be placed here in the level finally. And I think I'm gonna create actually a folder here for this. Because it will have quite a few pieces actually. But I'm gonna do the same thing I typically do with this when I have a Blender Sync version of something. And I don't quite know if I'm gonna need it later. So until I do, just move that underground. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna copy the transform of it like that, and then I'm gonna move it underground. And then we can come here and we can paste that transform back in. So that's where that thing was sitting, the previous version of it, right? And now then, if we take that and then we add like the platform, something like that. Move this over to here. Like I do have snapping in this editor, but I don't have snap to vertex. I've been thinking about what that would actually like require me to do, and it's not actually super simple, so I don't have that currently, unfortunately. Every now and then I kind of miss it, but we'll make do. Something like that maybe. We can move this thing down. And then if we take that and we put a fixture on it, we can see that, okay, this guy needs to be moved down, but it also needs to be moved closer to the actual structure, to the warehouse itself. It needs to be basically up against it. And this guy is actually needs to go upside down because of this asymmetry here. Yep, that looks alright. Let's move it down a little bit. I'm gonna disable the highlight here for a little bit. Alright. And then this one should be basically correctly orientated, and this is the height that we want for this other one as well. There we go. Yeah, this thing is not going to sing until we texture it, obviously, but yeah, I think it is going to work quite nicely. And one question here before we add the support is like, okay, where's the exact place of this guy? we can still easily move it now without doing some crazy gymnastics when we just have the what's it called, lift there. But then when we start to actually like add the supports, or we do the ground you know, experimentation that I was talking about, then we're gonna need to actually know exactly where it needs to go, because it's kind of tricky to fiddle with later. Yeah, this mast here I just added because I was like, maybe we could have a mast next to this thing. It kind of looks like it would have some like radio communications business going on. Or something. But yeah, let's see. Support. Let's add one to begin with. One of these guys. And they kind of just like need to go in here. So there's this half sphere at the other end of this thing, which is kind of supposed to intersect with the geometry here, which you can see that it does, just to kind of fill out the space there a little bit. So we can do something like this, and then we can look at that, and then we can copy the transform, and we can bring up one of these feet. And now, of course, we already have a little bit of unevenness here. So now the thing is then, how do we mess with this? Do we like actually start rotating these things according to the ground, or what do we do? And we can rotate all of these three pieces together. That one as well. because the whole concept with this joint here in the inside of that hull is that it's supposed to be able to rotate in any direction. Right, so something like that, maybe. Yeah, I think that looks kind of neat actually. I'm gonna add a folder here, and I'm gonna do support. Let's call it support A, and move those into it. And then we can duplicate that, and we call it support B. And here, of course, is that discussion we had about like IK with Jake earlier, that like these things could be posed with IK quite easily. And here is where that would come in handy. If we had IK, if this was a skinned mesh. And that is absolutely true. That we could do that. Of course, we have IK for all kinds of things in this game, but not with like actual skinned meshes. Although I should probably dust off my OS animation support and see if I can get that working. Right, so here's a place where like I think we're reaching the limit of the movement for this as we designed it, kind of. So we have a few options. Either we change the limits of the actual mesh, or we dig a hole, or we fiddle with this a little bit and see if we can actually, like we obviously don't want like intersecting geometry here with these pieces, but they can rotate and they can move around as long as they don't intersect with the hull there. So I'm thinking I will move them around kind of like as much as I can, and then I will dig that hole into the ground. Yep, that looks all right. So then let's do a little bit of hole digging here. Almost as if these people had like flattened out an area for these feet, which of course they probably would have, right? Let's turn off the grass rendering for a little bit. And then we can decide if this foot here, this support, is supposed to actually like be in like a pit like this, and if that pit is supposed to have like grass in it, or if it's supposed to be like gravel. Kind of feels to me like this sort of thing would probably have collected some like gravel or like dust, dirt, which would make it be more brown than green. Another thing that's kind of weird here is we can still see the red here from the previous temp building that we had, and that is almost certainly the light map. So if we turn off light maps, yeah, you can see it goes away. So that of course will be fixed just by rebaking the light maps when we with this new house, right? When we get that far, you can see the whole thing is here as well. This is all the light map from the red house, which is like this one. So it's a little bit annoying, but it will be fixed basically automatically at that point. Okay. So let's do support C. Yeah. So here is almost certainly like this would be straight or almost straight, this piece here. Something like that, and then we can move it into its place. And now that we have this end piece on the ground, we can like move this thing around quite easily. All right, 3 down, 2 to go. I already like this view from here, when you can see that these supports are kind of like slanted a little bit. It looks cool. I'm liking it. I'll move this mast out of the way a little bit. We can fiddle with that later. So, support D then. And here we once again have one of these kind of tricky placements. We'll see what happens with this guy. Yeah, that needs to be rotated quite a bit actually. And then move down like this. Yep, I think that's probably fine. What about the angle of this thing here? Probably like need to be a bit slanted. That looks all right. Hello, Vinay Sagwan. This is my own game engine. It's an engine called Basis, which I have been making over the course of many years at this point. Something like that, right? We can't make the foot actually like hit the side of the warehouse. I'm sort of thinking about what did we end up calling this thing? Warehouse is, I guess, the correct term. So we want to be a little bit careful here with how we post this, but I think this is pretty good. But yeah, if you want to know more about the engine, then there's a whole bunch of videos on the main channel. This, of course, being the live stream channel. You can find a link to the main channel on the live stream channel, among other places. And I've made quite a few videos over the years covering this tech. And if you're wondering about something specific, then I'll be happy to explain that here or elsewhere. And that goes for all of you, of course. If you want to ask something, then just ask away. Even though I'm working here, I typically tell people that, like, if I'm streaming, I'm generally open to questions. If I want to work in such a way that I don't get disturbed by anyone, I don't stream. And that means that if I'm streaming, you shouldn't be like nervous about asking about things. It's quite fine. All right. How about that? I think that looks pretty cool. I made it in C++ and use C# for scripting. I don't use C# for scripting. No, I don't. I use C# for the tools. For many of the tools, like this editor here, for example, is written in C#, but there's no C# running at runtime. This game is actually written in Zig. So here we have, for example, the game code. The engine supports writing games in C++, and it supports writing game in Zig. And because Zig communicates with C++ over a C interface, I guess technically it kind of supports any kind of language for the game which can communicate over a C interface, which is basically all of them. But I only have an API for C++ and for Zig. But no, there are no C# scripts here. There is, however, AngelScript. If we look at one of these vehicles, for example, there's a test vehicle here. here we have AngelScript that you can use to do sort of very specific gameplay scripting for a particular instance. So this is like essentially adding logic to a level is one way to look at this. Wrote the engine in C# or C++, but I guess you mean C++. The engine runtime is in C++. Yeah, that's C++. And a large part of the code as well for the tools. But like yeah, the engine, the thing that we would call the engine, that is C++. Absolutely. I wonder if we should rotate some of these feet around their local axes a little bit. But yeah, like it doesn't really matter which language you want to write an engine in or whatever. Yeah, they're all fine. All of the languages that I listed are fine for making an engine. Just start making one with whatever engine you feel comfortable with. They all work. They're all fine. Don't worry about it too much. Oh, we have some questions here. Reminds me of an issue you had with AngelScript. Wanted to get in touch with the devs. What's the issue you had resolved? I think it was something with loading and unloading stuff. I have been in touch with Andreas, who is the author of AngelScript, a number of times, and he has helped me out with my issues every single time. I wonder what this issue is that you were referring to. I don't have anything kind of plaguing me at the moment, so I wonder what that was. I mean, I don't doubt that there was something like that, but I can't remember. So around the time you added HMR. What is HMR? I don't even remember. Ah, okay. Yes. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Absolutely. Yeah, you're quite right. I did have an issue with AngelScript. Oh no. I don't know if you guys know this site, gamedev.net. This is a legendary site. It is. I mean, it even saddens me to say, but this site is kind of weird these days, like on a technical level, and it pushes ads and things in like the most weird places. It has things like this. Like what the hell is that? I don't even know. the reason I'm bringing this up is that this has an angel code. This is an affiliate forum, an angel code forum. And so here you can actually see this was on February 19th apparently. I asked how can I rehook a function pointer, and then I was like, okay, I managed to figure it out. And Andreas here helpfully just confirmed that yeah, what you did should work just fine, because they had actually not even thought about someone doing this crazy thing. So yeah, this thing is actually solved, absolutely. Yeah, the problem was that like you have some function pointers inside of the AngelScript scripting runtime, and you need to kind of rehook it later. So what I ended up doing is that, you know, this is all kosher stuff. You get the type info from the component type name, and then you assert that it's fine. And this site is weird. I never wrote anything like this. Add some like weird punctuation here, but whatever. Then out of the type you get the script function, and again you assert that it's fine. And this is the crazy stuff here. We're no longer using the interface as you're supposed to do here. AS stands for AngelScript interface, and the script function. So what I do here is I just static cast that to an AS C, which stands for class, I think, script function. This is like kind of assuming that this I interface is going to be an implementation, or have an implementation of this, which you generally can't do, but I can do it because I control my whole tech stack, so I know that this is fine. And then you just reinterpret cast. Like you have a function pointer that you cast to size t, and then you reinterpret cast that as an AngelScript function type, and then you pass it to like function implementation sysfunc blah blah blah. And yeah, he just helpfully told me that yeah, that's fine, you can do that. So yeah, I mean, hot reloading works really great these days. Oh, lots of questions. Sorry, I will try to answer all of you. I will go get a glass of water though, because my throat is getting kind of dry. Okay. Cuttermine Games asks, does the engine support OpenGL, Vulkan, and DirectX? This is DirectX for the time being. I'm targeting both D3D11 and 12. You can see this is D3D11. But if we run the game itself, I think I'm running on D3D12 currently. Yeah. So I'm just using both to kind of make sure they both work. And yeah, I use NVRHI as Xluxy says. And Binaz is sort of asking too much questions. Again, it's no biggie. Ask away. Really struggling with how to make and finish something. I have a fair amount of knowledge. What to make something like this in 2D for now. How can I learn these architectures? Well, you just build stuff. I don't really have any other advice for you if you just want to, you know, learn how to build things. You just build. There's really no way around it. You just need to make a whole bunch of things. You need to make stuff that's kind of bad. Then you need to throw it out and learn from that and go like, okay, that was bad because this or that. And then you need to make something better. And then you keep going and going, doing this thing. And that will make you better. There's I don't think there's a shortcut to learning how to build something like this, unfortunately. There are of course some like, you know, books and things like this that you could read. I'm not sure they are super helpful. Like, they're not a substitute for actually just building things. Some of them are really good, but they kind of often still require you to kind of know what they're talking about, because there might be some like really good advice that's just like not good for the project that you're making, and you need to sort of, it takes experience to realize when that is the case, and the only way to get that experience is to just make stuff and try to not rely on LLMs and AI all that much. I think that's probably one of the biggest and best pieces of advice these days, is try to not use LLMs for actually like building things. When you know something, when you're like, I have this boring task and I know how to do it, you know, like, you need to rename like a whole bunch of things across a code base, or you need to implement one more of something that you've already done yourself a couple of times, then sure, use LLMs to do that. That's fine. But like when you're trying to learn how to build things, don't use LLMs for that. You really don't learn how those things work if you do that. Okay, what's the next? Basically experiment around and do things actually rather than thinking about how to. Yeah, exactly. Just do things. Does the engine use Jolt? Just like Xluxy says, this game uses PhysX. The engine does support other physics engines though. Like currently I have Physics 5, Physics 4 and Bullet. You can see here's basis Bullet. So the physics are kind of using a plug-in system, like many things in this engine. D3D12 and D3D11 are also plugins, like you can see here. But Traction Point uses PhysX 5 specifically because PhysX 5 has, or PhysX overall has, pretty good vehicle support for vehicles. And yes, I have looked at Jolt's vehicle support, and it is probably out of the free ones, the best physics vehicle support that I've used is in Havoc. Havoc unfortunately is not free, and it's not even like reasonably cheap. It is pretty damn expensive, so it is out of my reach for this project. But I've worked on games that used Havoc, and their vehicle support is excellent. The best free one, in my opinion, is PhysX, although PhysX has two of them. They have the so-called old one and the new one is kind of buggy and glitchy. At least it was last that I checked. The old one is also buggy and glitchy, and that is why I'm actually maintaining my own version of that these days. but I'm doing it with the most recent version of physics. And then Jolt is probably the next best, has the next best physics vehicle support out of the free ones, but it's not quite at the level of physics. Does he use Qt for the editor UI? No, it's WinForms. No, it's not even WPF. It's WinForms. It's old school WinForms. Yeah, sorry, I was a bit long there on my answers. It took some time to answer some of those. What do we have here? Here's some grass. Yeah, it's kind of hanging down like that, but it's inside the cliff, so who cares? Okay. That's kind of neat. These old light maps kind of bother me though, so let's turn off the light maps for now. And we can maybe fiddle with the ground painting here a little bit. And window creation stuff is also old school. No SDL or GL framework, whatever. It's kind of it's up to the rendering backend how that works. So currently, like I said, I have basis D3D11 and D3D12. So D3D11 and 12 backends, and these just use straight up create window. I think, where is it? Register window class. It's right there. So this is like old school Win32 stuff. Create window. There we go. I do have like a half-assed Vulkan backend as well. Basis VK is right here, and this one, I don't even have it loaded here in Visual Studio currently. But this one uses GL framework. GL framework is actually really nice. I don't really have anything bad to say about GL framework. It's a really nice thing, and I could easily use it for the DirectX ones as well. I have a working version, so I haven't replaced it. So yeah, it's old school, I guess, if you wanna call it that. The reason I said old school WinForms is that I'm still using .NET Framework. I'm not even on .NET Core for the editor. And the reason I'm not on .NET Core is that I'm using some third-party components which don't work on .NET Core. Like, I'm doing all kinds of .NET Core things for like my more recent tools. And of course you can use WinForms with .NET Core as well. But, well, for example, this component that I'm using here for this hierarchy, this is a third-party component, and it doesn't work with .NET Core, so that's what I meant with old school. I think we want a rock right around here, like the previous house that we had here. It kind of went all the way around here and pretty close to the road there. I think you can probably see it here in this. Yeah, here we can clearly see like where the walls were. And now of course we don't have that, but we want to put something here so we don't change this part of the play space like all that much. So I'm thinking like a rock and probably a few trees. I would recommend SDL3. Yeah, SDL. I don't have a problem with SDL either. SDL does come with a whole lot of stuff though, which I don't necessarily need. But SDL is pretty great, and of course SDL even has its own RHI these days. Like if you want to abstract away your graphics APIs, you can do that with SDL. And I evaluated SDL3 around the time I switched to NVRHI. And I had like a few fundamental problems with the way SDL3 worked. Like they wouldn't really be problems if I started from scratch and wanted to make a whole new thing and I wanted to abstract them away, then SDL3 would probably be a pretty good graphics API to use. To be honest, it just didn't work with an engine that had, you know, 15 years of craft that it needed to work with. SDL3 was a little bit too opinionated, and NVRHI ended up being the one I went with. I don't know, is this maybe a bit too crowded to have that there? I think it might be. It might be. And then what about this painting here? So now this gravel here is kind of like, it goes according to the old house that we had here, but it also needs to probably be quite tweaked, quite a lot tweaked to work with this new version. So we can see like the AO does quite a lot of the heavy lifting here. When we bake the light maps for this area, we'll get very nice and smooth soft shadows underneath this guy, which will impact a lot of how this actually looks. Currently it looks kind of flat and weird. But yeah, I'm almost kind of losing my voice here a little bit. So sorry about that. Let's get rid of this, at least a little bit of this gravel stuff here, because I think there's way too much of it now underneath this guy. Should be more grassy, or at least like the kind of edge there, or the transition shouldn't be that sharp. Now this grass here looks way too dark, and if we enable the light maps again, you can see that it does fit a little better, especially like around here. Like it's way too dark without the light maps. The light maps tend to darken things a little bit, sort of like almost uniformly. This grass here is still like super dark though. I think overall we should fiddle with this grass a little bit here. Which grass object is this actually belonging to? Is it this one? Nope, clearly not that one. It's probably that one. Yep, there we go. Make this a little brighter here. And just like paint in more grass all around this area. But yeah, the grass lighting always needs to be tweaked after the light maps have come in. That's just a rule of thumb almost. But we can do a first pass here and see what happens. And you might be wondering, okay, why do we actually need to do lighting for the grass separately? Wouldn't the lighting model cover the grass? And it covers some terms, but it doesn't cover everything, because like this grass is just super strange from a rendering perspective. This is shell textured grass, and shell textured grass doesn't really work all that well with a whole lot of like rendering techniques that I'm using for this game. And so I have a little bit of a hacky, one might say, secondary lighting model for for just the grass, which makes it look exactly how I want it, but it does require a little bit of manual labor in some of these places. And we're not going to be able to get it to match exactly here without the light maps. That's just how it is. But it doesn't quite matter. Since we now have this new structure here, which actually has like an underside, you can like go under it. Like that stuff almost by necessity will need to be kind of fiddled and tweaked with, because the old one didn't have that, or that is like kind of an unusual thing, right? Overall, you can go under a building. Okay. Starting to come together kind of nicely. This place also kind of large. So these rocks here are what is called in basis terms a decoration. And decorations are light probe lit. And they look a little too bright here now, and that is probably because the light probe mesh doesn't really know that it should be pretty dark here. Partly because it probably just hasn't been rebuilt. We can rebuild it. Here we can see the light probe mesh. It's just this big huge mess of things. But we need to add light probes underneath this guy if we want it to pick up on the fact that it should be kind of dark underneath that thing. I don't know how much we really need to do that, but that can be helpful if we need to actually make things darker under there. Like light probes are kind of easy to see here inside of this thing. And that thing is actually on the outside, that's why it's so bright. But here you can sort of like see the light probes picking up things inside. They're kind of dark here inside, and then when you go outside they become much brighter, and you can even see like which side of the light probe picks up which kind of light. Like this thing is much more bright here on this side when it faces the opening, and then it becomes like reddish brown here on this side. Yeah, and this thing is, like I said, it's actually here outside that wall. I made these visualizations kind of large. It should actually be kind of considered to be something like that. Now it makes a whole lot more sense. And we don't have any light probes under this new structure, at least yet. That's why it looks wonky. Wonky and funky. What about this mast? Should we keep this mast here? Is the mast cool? I guess it kind of can be pretty nice. We'll see. Let's see if I keep it around. I think it fits with this weird space looking structure here pretty well, so in that sense it could be kind of nice. It also looks kind of nice from up here. I'm gonna hide the light probes again. Bye bye. Yes. Smiling Orange asks, "What is it you're creating?" I'm making this building here currently, which you can see is untextured and everything. So we just put it together here in Blender. Whoops, all of the different pieces. Where is that? Is it inside of it? It is inside of it. Okay. 10. Oh, it's -10. Yeah, okay. Clean up here. Let's do a scene collection for the collisions. Bring that over into there. Same thing with that thing, and then we can just hide the collision collection. What would the game be about? Okay. We can play this, and we can actually have a look here and see how this place works. So the game is called Traction Point. It is a puzzle exploration driving game set in a sci-fi universe. where you're driving through a sort of on a road trip essentially in the story campaign. Let's bring the volume down a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna bring it down a bit further. Not have too many things going on at the same time. So you have these somewhat large open areas. It's like a linear game in the sense that you're driving through a linear set of missions. But the levels are somewhat large, and so the idea is that you're supposed to be able to solve these issues in a number of different ways. For example, here in this demo, this is the demo mission that we are just about ready with actually modeling this area. One of the first things you need to do is figure out how to get into the base. I'm not going to spoil that here. I'm just going to run a development script and open the gate for us here. But you do have a bunch of different vehicles. For example, this guy here. It's the gripper truck. You'd have things like called the monorail, and after a while there's going to be a monorail that arrives from over there. The gripper truck can be, as the name suggests, can be used to grip things, and you can even load them into the back of your vehicle like this, and the cargo is like actual physical objects. So, you know, if you're not careful when you're driving around, the cargo is going to bounce around and might even fall off. This kind of stuff. And so there's a whole story campaign planned, and the demo mission, which takes place in this level, is actually fully scripted now and revolves a lot around this massive vehicle called the Mother. And you get to drive all of the vehicles yourself as well. Well, not all of them. There's some characters in the campaign that like you can't drive their vehicles. Because they're going to be angry with you if you try to do that. But it's very physics driven, and so you can, for example, with Mother, you can use her cranes to solve issues, and you can even do things like this, where you lift up this entire vehicle with its cargo, I might add, and just like lift the whole thing around. You can even load it onto the back of the thing if you want to. Donks. This sort of stuff. And of course now I'm just playing through. I don't have the mission loaded. If you have the mission loaded, you have a bunch of characters driving around here and yapping to you over the radio, things like that. Now I'm just like I'm sort of loading straight into this level from the level editor. So there's none of that scripting happening currently, but you can just play this level almost as if, you know, it was some sort of free roaming mode or whatever you want to call it. That kind of thing. Game's really cool. I've definitely played. Thank you. There's a link to the Steam page. Should be pinned in the chat, and if it isn't, then let me know. I I will send it to you once again. You can also probably find it from the description if I didn't remove it from there accidentally. So go there and wishlist the game. And if you are super anxious to play it, you can already play some pre-alphas, which you can get access to by joining the Discord. The currently playable pre-alpha is pretty old though, so it lacks a lot of stuff that's even found here in this current version today. Not all vehicles have sound, that sort of thing. It's pretty rough. But there's going to be a new pre-alpha pretty soon, and then there's going to be a demo probably after the summer. I will popularize your game. Thank you. I can use all kinds of evangelism, which people will bring my way. That's highly appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, like that. Everyone who's listening, like if you want to support me, then you know, do all the normal things. Join the YouTube channels, both of them, both the main channel and the live stream channel, and wishlist the game and all of that. That's the best thing you can do. But like the next best thing you can do is just tell a friend or whatever. It's so difficult to get noticed on Steam these days, because you're competing with all of the AI slop and low effort crap that's put out there. So you know, the fact that I'm kind of handcrafting this game doesn't really mean anything if it doesn't get any visibility. So any kind of mentioning is always appreciated. Thank you. Right, I was actually thinking I would test out the collisions there of the new structure. I completely forgot about that and got on the monorail, so let's drive back and see what's going on. Right, so yeah, those things are blocking currently. I think you might want to be able to actually drive on those feet. Let's see, what do we have? Transform. Default ground. Okay, that's good. Default ground. All of these have default ground, but that actually doesn't have default. Yeah, it has default as the bottom collider material. That is why it kind of stops you. That's default ground. Probably fine, except it will most likely be quite high up in the air, so it doesn't really matter. This has default ground on the main one, but it doesn't have default. It has just default on these other two, and that means that like you can drive on the ramp like this, but you can't actually drive on these boxes, these side boxes. That's probably actually good. Yeah, let's keep it like that. That's fair. Default ground. I think this should actually probably be default, and same thing with that. It should also be default. Alrighty then. Let's try that with those new settings. Anyway, this has been a very good stream. This has been a fun stream. We've had had quite a lot of viewers for one thing. That's nice. It has also been a very productive stream. I've gotten all kinds of things done, so that's nice as well. I will most likely call it a night pretty soon. It's getting pretty late here, and I think I'm kind of at a place now where I need to start the next big phase here, which would be texturing this guy. And I don't know if I have the energy to do that today, but I might do that on stream as well. Oh, right. Those things actually need to be... yeah. Those things actually need to be default and not default ground. Let's export this so I don't need to do the export all over again every time I want to play. Move that to the side. So the support number 3, this guy, this needs to be default. Otherwise you can sort of almost drive through that thing, at least with the Scout, which uses the simplified wheel model. Let's just make all of these be default. Like so. If you're wondering what this default versus default ground business is, like I already mentioned previously, I'm using PhysX for this. PhysX uses a raycast or ray sweep wheel model. Now I have modified that quite a lot for this game because I need some special behavior from it. But still, it is a raycast for the Scout or for other fast-moving vehicles, and it is a ray sweep for the more slow and heavy vehicles. And with the raycast, like those support pillars kind of don't really get detected with the simplified raycast model, unless you mark them as blocking, which the default one is. Default ground is not blocking. So now you can see that now they block the wheels as they should. That's good. We have a little bit of ground poking through that one foot there though. Okay, I'm gonna make one change to that support mesh, just to make it a little bit easier to place. Here's the Blender file. First of all, I'm gonna bring this down even further, this ring here, so we have even more space there to actually place the thing. And then I'm gonna make this thicker, so move it down like that, so we can plant it kind of firmly in the ground. Yes. And that is support number 3. Like so. Yep, that's better. That is better. Yeah, we have the ground, the grass poking through some of those a little bit. We can do a little bit of cleanup there. What's that one, I think? wrong tool. There we go. All right. But yeah, this is starting to look pretty fun. I need to come up with some nice texturing for this guy. I don't think that's gonna be very tricky. But of course, it's its own thing to actually texture one of these, because you need to unwrap them and all of that first. Should we do one more fun thing today before we end this stream? I was thinking, like, I added these round things here. I was thinking like these could be maybe like connections to some pipes or something like that. So maybe we could add like a pipe that goes through one of these. And we have this pipeline that's actually running here. It has a big pipe, and then it has a small pipe, and these are built as kind of as a kit, with the intention that we can use them for various things. So I was thinking, maybe we could actually use that here. Let's see if that makes sense. I'm not sure. Let's do Moon Warehouse. Maybe add one more folder here. Let's do pipeline kit large, pipeline kit small. Right. So this is the smallest. This is the smallest pipe that we have, which still isn't very small. We can scale it down if we need to. Yeah, it's kind of huge. Now that I look at it, it's kind of huge. Now we can scale it down to like half. That makes it more sensible. So if we had a pipe, first of all, it's not poking through anything, right? No, it's actually kind of short. So if we had a pipe coming out here, we have a 45-degree turn, which we can use. Let's put it here. I think actually I'm gonna rotate this around, because I think the pipe is designed so that it will fit. It will fit an end that doesn't have the sort of fitting on it, like this. I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but we can try. We can see if it actually makes sense. Right. So then we can put another pipe here. And if you're asking why would this have a pipe, well, I don't know. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it have a pipe? Oh, that's the that's the waypoint shadow there. The waypoint is used to specify the curves of these cables. Right. Now, what happens with this pipe now? Does it actually... Should it run into the ground there? Maybe we can add some supports for it here along the way. But let's take this, let's add another small number 10, which is a pretty short one. Like that. And if we keep running it straight, it's gonna run into the ground there, but that's kind of annoying because someone might want to come down. Like, this is a car game after all. Someone might want to come down here and just like drive there, and then they're gonna be falling over on the pipe. And if they jump down here, they're gonna need a way to get out of this mess. So yeah, let's make it actually kind of short. What is this piece? Small short one, okay. Okay, yeah, okay, it's one of those. Alright. So we need one of those pieces here. That's a small short. It's that one. Then we can fit it like this. Yes, that's it. That would be it. And then another one of these guys. Yeah, I mean, maybe it works. I don't know. I think it needs to be a little longer. Let's have one of those so that it clearly goes in underground there. And then take one of these, and we take one of these shelves, and we put the shelf here. All right, this is made for the larger one. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't actually fit this this pipe. But if we put one of these pieces here, maybe we can make it fit. How about that? We'll make it fit. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe it makes the whole building be kind of like a little more, a little more grounded here, right? It has some stuff that it is kind of anchored to the ground with here. I don't know. I don't know. A little bit of extra fluff, I guess. Oh yeah, this still doesn't prevent anyone who is kind of messing around in this area from like actually leaving, which is the important part. So yeah, maybe this can stay. We can make these a bit larger though. We can probably make them 0.75. if we want to, and then they are a bit closer to their original size. Like the original pipeline is actually kind of huge, not really meant for this sort of attaching to buildings business. This got kind of fiddly, of course, now. Just fiddling with this. Yeah, maybe that's better to have it at 75 instead of 0.5. Right, and then we need to move this entire thing a bit forward. Oh, there's a short piece that got lost in the process. There it is. There you are. Oh! I mean, it's 75, so it got very large, and suddenly we didn't have sunlight anymore. Not 75, but 0.75. There we go. That's better. I don't know. Actually, I kind of like the smaller one. Let's keep it as the smaller size. Just unnecessarily fiddling. I kind of like it at this size, so let's keep it as it is. See if we can make this one slightly smaller though. It's like this weird sort of fitting because this shelf is made for like a much larger thing originally. So I guess it's like abusing some of these assets a little bit here, but you know. Who's gonna say I can't do that? Yeah. That'll work. That'll work. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, this has this critical looking like a place quality that I'm always chasing. As anyone who's watched my previous streams would know, that like there's this mystical quality about when you're doing level design, when you kind of feel like, yeah, that looks like a place. That doesn't look like a level someone has put together. It looks like a place that like might exist somewhere. And I think this is approaching that. After looking like ass for a couple of years now with that weird red building there, which was just like a lack of imagination. This is now much cooler. Anyway, we're lacking textures to give it the final oomph that it needs. And I'm not promising anything, but it might be that I'm gonna do the texturing tomorrow and on stream. So we'll see. If that sounds like something you would like to be a part of, or at least follow along, then do subscribe and keep an eye on the channel for that. Maybe we'll get to finish this up. When that is done, then we are basically left with just this alarm pillar thing, which we have a few of in this level, and they're gonna need some love for sure. But that is basically like the last piece of unfinished mesh in this level. Might add some more like props and things like that, but like overall I think this is finally starting to come together, and we can move on to other places, which is super nice, because we've been looking at this level now for quite long enough, I think. Anyway, that's gonna do it for today's stream. Thank you everyone who came to hang out. If you like this sort of thing, then be sure to subscribe to the live stream channel, just this one. Subscribe to the main channel, which you can find a link to on the live stream channel. If you like the game, do go and add it to your wishlist on Steam. There should be a link in the chat as well as in the description, all of that. If you want to play a pre-alpha release of the game, then do check out Discord, and you can get access to the Steam playtest over there. And do keep in mind that that is currently quite old, but there's a new one coming pretty soon. Thank you, Aku. Nice to have you with us once again. And with that, I thank you for your time. Have an excellent rest of your day or weekend or whatever it is you're having. See you next time.